place isn't free, not anymore.
Hear ye, hear ye! Suspect in Alexander murder found dead in Driftwood. Hear ye, hear... Magister's routed. Lord Kem's paladins back in charge. Hear ye, hear... Void woken attacks increase. Citizens warned to... Hear ye, hear ye! Kraken sighted at sea. Several ships missing. Hear ye, hear ye! Magister's colluded with Black Ring. Paladins clean house. Hear ye, hear ye! Queen Justinia confronts rebel factions. Dwarven Royal stands tall. Hear ye! Paladins promise the Good Counsel School will reopen soon. People respond, now hurry! Hear ye, hear ye! Stranger threatens kid, town crier unhappy.
She sticks her tongue out at you, then gets...
Hear ye, hear ye! Trouble brewing in the ancient empire. Dallas strengthens border defences. Hear ye! Lucian's day arrives. Hopeful pilgrims take the path of blood. Not if you're without sin, it isn't. Hear ye, hear ye! Dwarven wedding interrupted by Void Woken. Brave dwarves party on. Hear ye! Cranley Hubert publishes latest edition. New book already out of date. Hear ye! That's all the news that's fit to shout.
Roll off, don't be shy. Get to it or get moved. Now that you're all done, why don't you just skip?
As
long as the arrow flies straight. Hunters, I've got
Browse as you must, but do return, should you find it necessary.
They got damage to the fight. You're not fixed.
You're confident. I'll give you that.
Kraken sighted at
There's
sea.
bodies in the streets. Not anymore.
Clean house.
The man in front of you is clad in a ragtag assortment of garb. He looks up from repairing a battered instrument to smile and nod at you. What?
Ho there, fellow traveller. Luronta. Looking for some cheer to lighten the mood of this, well, rough. At some point, long ago, I decided poetry had but two purposes. To quicken the people's river of tears, or just look around you. You'll find fear and longing and desperation. What good is a bard's solemnity in a city besieged by void? And my privilege and my duty is to remind the people of Arx that there's blue sky and shimmering sun beyond the clouds.
Real antiques, realistic prices. Who cares to trade?
Of course, and glad to. My words shall lift your spirits, make no mistake. But I need to pay my way. So, what do you say, Rob?
The poet tips his floppy hat to you as he counts the coin.
Now, what poem would you care to hear? An old classic? Take a seat, Rob. Make yourself at home. Give me a moment to clear. I've walked this earth, each vale and...
I like your loot. Can I sell you a real one?
The city's blue. And in each place I've come to find...
Real antiques and realistic prices. Who cares to trade?
From my home in Alaroth,
Buying and selling.
I packed my life up in a glove. I set my course far on the map. And here I am to tip my cap.
Real antiques and realistic prices. Who cares to trade?
Patience, my friend, patience. I'll get to the recitation.
Well, when you put it that way.
I've walked this earth, vale and forests bare, cities place I've come to find my surest friend is my
Rarities, remnants, and relics. Buying and selling.
and here I am, to my cap.
Valuable artifacts, heirlooms, and antiquities.
The city is swarming with pilgrims. The house is swarming with salamanders.
Heirlooms and antiquities.
A word of warning. There are lizards in the house.
Yet another fresh thing. My word, the mansion's positively overrun with foreign folk on this most inauspicious of loose...
He catches himself and scrapes his throat in a brief moment of embarrassment.
I do apologize if I came across as impertinent just now, and I hope you'll forgive my unabating boldness when I assume Sir has come here in search of an audience with either Lord or Lady Ken.
Come out, wherever you are. Come out, wherever you are.
Oh, I meant, of course, the lizard excellencies that have sought shelter under this esteemed roof in the aftermath of the dreadful attack that was inflicted upon the... It saddens me to say there are a number of deaths to mourn. But no doubt we all rejoice at the survival of the nobles. After all, a mere clerk is so easily replaced, wouldn't you say? How very novel of you, sir. Oh, gracious, her? I truly hope you are not in cahoots with that brazen peddler. Well, she's in the dining room. Lady Kem is having tea in the drawing room over in the north wing. I'm quite certain a person as obviously well-travelled as yourself will have no problem drifting in that general direction, should he deem it fit to do so. I'm afraid I can't accommodate you with the opportunity to have a word with Milord Kem at this precise moment, sir. Milord left early in the morning in pursuit of business, and he hasn't yet returned. Yes, do please excuse me, for I've a party of dignitaries to attend to. They've an appetite for... Sir? Very well.
I'm working here. Leave me be.
Come out wherever you are. Come out wherever you are. For heaven's sake, would you please... Oh, ever so sorry. I thought you were that rotten butler about to warn me once again to take the ocular, not the tactile approach. I swear I've a mind to beat him to death with the nearest dictionary I can find. Oh, do spare me. That little snob thinks me unworthy of being in his precious lord's mansion and praising his precious lord's collection of antiques. Just you try judging the state of a Vedistian armoire if you're not even allowed to rummage through its drawers. Oh, he's all blood and battle, all right. Until you show him a Ferolian snuff box or an ancient imperial fainting couch. Then he's as giddy as a cat in a field of... He knows very well I'm the best in the business. Asked me to value his collection personally. I'm merely appraising the many antiques gathered in here in this...
A roguish little smile suddenly plays upon her lip.
What else would I be doing? My, you do drive a hard bargain, don't you? Very well. Consider yourself... Now listen closely. Rumour has it that Lord Kim's mansion is built upon a massive vault in which he hides his true valuables. His entire house is but a smokescreen for the real treasure hidden. I've had no luck so far in locating this fabled vault, but if you do, I swear the entire hoard is yours. All I want in return for this information is a trio of curios that is said to be kept inside. The portrait of the divine, the cup of kings, and the scroll of eternity. Everything else is yours. A most satisfactory arrangement.
She shakes her head,
There are only whispers of a vault and quieter whispers still of what it may contain. But at least you know now that it's there. Probably. Did you find them? The portrait of the divine, the cup of kings, and the scroll of eternity. What a lovely piece this is. I don't need this distraction. Why don't you go stroll in the garden or something? Can't you take a hint? Scram already! I found you.
No carrots, no time, no tarragon. I'm fresh out.
Sir? Very well.
Oh dear, I wasn't expecting visitors.
Not with Master Kem being the way he's been.
Again! This time I'll find you!
Not a chance, Expert. You'll never find me.
How dreadfully crowded these rooms are.
I saw Daddy with some weird-looking cat in the garden. I think he was even talking to it. He called it Archu, I think. Anyway, I asked if I could pet it, but Daddy...
Shh! She'll find me.
None to be found.
One so yearns for the calm of earlier days.
I know. Truly. Linda, I fear, is far too busy with his little group. I want no trouble from you. This job...
I bit the Master Kem, I did. I could have sworn it was another man in a master suit, but it weren't. Now I'm in the doghouse like the humans say. Oh, I couldn't help it. I swear, it came all smelled like when the garden man cuts down a decayed tree, like he was using flowers to hide the rots. Only nudging and tail wag the next time, I promise. No licking, though. I don't want to taste the...
Tragedy befell us at the consulate, but at least Lord Kem offered us pleasantries and protection. He's one of the few truly honorable souls left.
My word, the Red Prince. A moment of your time, please, Your Majesty, if you could...
What say you? Have we time to spare? Very well. By all means, milady.
It's about Sadha, my prince. I met her in our Empire's consulate here in the city. She is pregnant with your offspring, but in mortal danger as well. Voidwoken swarmed the consulate. Flames engulfed all. But even then, the Dreamers stood by her and tried to take her into the Sanctuary of Dreams. Go to her, Your Majesty. Find her and safeguard her. For her sake. And that of your children.
Go ahead. The powers of the Seven... Of course, Sadha continues to play high...
The Lizard Consulate is gone. All that survives of it is what I managed to take with me. Care to see what I have? Perhaps we can make an arrangement. Best to sell anything of value. The voice of the ancient empire must still be heard in arcs, and that will require gold. Our consulate may be gone, but I will not let us be reduced to utter beggars. I merely do what is necessary to fund our ongoing diplomatic efforts.
It was quite terrible and wonderful. Slaughter, death, opportunity. We were gathered there in anticipation of Lucian's Day, when suddenly the ground shook, monsters howled for blood, and fires raged around us. Many a great name perished in that sudden hell. As for myself, I'm glad I survived long enough to collect what treasures I could. Oh, it was devastating, to be sure. But what good does mourning do for either the living or the dead?
Come out, wherever you are.
I've spotted
The
something.
water rises and falls on Lord Ken's command.
What's this? I found something.
The water rises and falls on Lord Ken's command.
Now, we'll see what Ken was hiding.
The bloom opens before your eyes, resplendent and regal. It emits a sweet, subtle scent, like that of a rose, though more intoxicating. The bloom sent ribbons towards you until it fills your nostrils. Your whole body flushes. You're sure you must be glowing, so deep.
Sorrow. Our joy shall be the God-woken's sorrow. Our joy sorrow.
The unusual bloom continues unabated, as if parroting someone's words rather than speaking.
The advocate is dead. The doctor is in. The advocate. The prey offers itself. Take it. The prey offers. Take it.
The flower has gone quiet.
The water rises and falls on Lord Ken's command.
Blood rosebush. When not in flower, it barely stinks at all.
As you near the garden, the rustling of leaves and branches turns to an insidious murmur. The closer you listen, the clearer the
source in the air. He must be near. Kim. The doctor sends his regard.
Some explaining to do.
Friends of the Ring destroyed.
The flower is withered. You bend to smell the bloom, but it has no discernible scent. The moment you finger the silky flower, icy darkness pierces your heart. The chill freezes your bones, then rushes free, leaving a single word etched within you. God-woken.
He will not. Allow the king to rule unchallenged.
The flower's beauty is betrayed by your memories.
He will not. Allow the king to rule unchallenged.
frog blinks slowly, considering you with shrewd and beady eyes. After a pointed pause, he opens his mouth, flicking his tongue out to catch an unfortunate fly right...
Another and this used to be such a nice neighborhood. Well, where should I start? Lethal plants is pretty high on the not to mention. Kids rampaging in the pool, splashing about, doing Lucian knows what underwater, and scaring all. And then there are the self-styled heroes like you charging in there, thinking they're just gonna cut down that demonic foliage with a slice or two. Not likely. You heard me, mister. I tell you, I've had quite enough. Quite.
With that, the frog turns his back to you.
I'm telling you, one more kid.
Three owls in the enclosure stare you down blankly, fluffing their feathers and blinking at...
Jimmy, prithee wake thyself.
The owl addressed as Jimmy lies motionless on the ground, looking for all the world like he's stone cold dead.
Aye, aye, buck thyself up, Jimmy lad. We are blessed with a visitor.
Spying some blood on Jimmy's beak, you pry it open to investigate. Inside, you see a human finger. A few sharp tugs, and you've pulled a severed human hand loose, partially pecked. You don't need to be a genius to surmise that Jimmy choked on his dinner.
Sir, quit thy poking and prithee leave yon Jimmy alone. Our lad will ruffle up his feathers in his own sweet time.
Deceased? Uncle, sweet Jimmy is just resting his eyes. Sir must be aware that one often needs a small nap after a large dinner. And Jimmy just ingested a banquet. Jimmy? What is it we do?
Oh, blast and bother, Jimmy. Show some civility to our esteemed visitor, won't you?
Jimmy remains dead, uninterested in answering petty questions about the world of the living. As you gingerly pack the rotting appendage in your backpack, you have occasion to wonder, not for the first time on this journey, what in the void am I doing?
Kem! Lord Kem! Finest paladin in all the land! Right, Jimmy?
A beak never goes empty for long in Kem's house. Fare thee well! We'll tell Jimmy you stopped by. Another visit? Jimmy! Wake up!
You guessed it. Jimmy is dead as a doornail.
Oh, he sure did eat a big dinner. Alicia saw him really cramming it in.
Fare thee well!
The spirit of the owl, known as Jimmy, hops heavily from claw to claw, squinting up at you over his bulge.
I don't know what just happened, but I do know that I can't taste anything. And that is the worst feeling in the whole world.
The owl's eyes go wide and round as his roly-poly...
What? What? No more treats from Kem? No more tasty treats? Indeed. And quite delicious it was too. Kem always liked me the best. He gave me lots of treats like that. Those others with their fancy names, he never gave them treats like me.
You slink through Kem's mansion with the alacrity that comes with years of thievery. You arrive in the garden unseen and lay your eyes on the pool. It's just as you hoped. The pool is dry. You enter the basin and read, but a shadow looms over you. A paladin. You smile. You have a story ready for this very situation, yet when you open your mouth, no words spill forth. A blade swings, and your hand hits the ground with a thump.
The ring. Disband them.
The flower's beauty is betrayed.
Come out, wherever you
An inscription at the terrarium's base identifies its contents as a wailing mandrake, a species you've not heard of in spite of your impressive scholarship. Not every detail is visible through the terrarium's hazed glass, but there is no missing the plant's trumpet-like blooms, perfect for catching raindrops, or insects, perhaps.
The covenant can be severed.
The elegant owl mistress glances up at you from her papers, a harried look on her face.
Yes? I doubt it. That's probably just Jimmy taking a nap, that fat owl. He eats a lot. Poor lad hasn't been able to fly properly in months. Lord Kem feeds him too many treats. And who am I to... Can't you smell the fine aroma of owl shit? This is the Owlry, Lord Kem's communications link with the rest of Rivellon. Right now, I'm sending my fluffy friends to mobilize paladins to readiness. But Lord Kem's a good leader, a good man. He'll protect us. I'm sure of it. I suppose he sent you for the latest news. Rivellon's a big place, darling, and all of it in a shambles. Where exactly do you want to know about? We haven't heard anything from Fort Joy in a good long time, ever since a group of renegade sorcerers escaped, killing Bishop Alexander. I'm no fan of Magisters, not anymore. But I can't help but think that Alexander's death was... I intercepted some Magister communications from there a while ago. Seems like their Voidwoken problems have decreased lately. But they're not quite sure why. They're preparing for war with the Divine Order, with all three houses riled up in a frenzy. The House of Dreams are communing with dead warriors. The House of Lore are drawing up new maps for after the war. And the House of War? Well, the House of War are in their element. Same old story. The Queen is trying to quench the rebellion, but the rebels are too quick for her. And in all that, the traders are getting more powerful while the nobility weakens. What part they'll play in the upcoming war remains to be seen. Good luck out there.
The weather-beaten war owl salutes you with one wing. Looking closer, you can see a telltale scratch on her left claw. This is the war owl who delivered your message from the Paladin camp.
Sir, you sent me from the meadows near Driftwood. Carol Ann Fluffinster at your service, sir. Wherever the whistle calls me, sir. Though no doubt with the war preparations the way they are now, I'll be called up to the front lines, sir. That I have, sir. Thank you, sir. Bred and trained for service I am, sir. And proud to be some help, sir.
The owl bows before you with an outrageously over-the-top flourish of her feathered wings.
You've got some fighting in you, and I've got what you need.
Roll up, don't be shy.
Get to it or get moved. Now that you're all done, why don't you just skedaddle on out of here?
Get out of here, you dirty mutt.
Paladins would do to us if they heard you going wrong like that.
I serve all who seek aid, sir. May the gods watch over you.
There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
Giant Slayer, may the land sustain you and the wild game feed you, friend.
Nature provides.
They got damage in the fight. It'll taste
You're fine. I'll give you that.
I welcome newcomers in the Nature's Alliance. We shall train. We shall jump.
Nature provides.
You've got some fight in you, and I've got what you need.
You need more than wit. Is there more on your mind?
aren't I?
I've plenty of fun. Oh, I see you.
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken. Something you wanted?
I'm growing soft, aren't I? I'm growing soft, aren't I?
Whatever type of companion you need, I can provide.
I'm growing soft, aren't I?
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken. Something you wanted?
I'm growing soft, aren't I? Don't have many more of those on my
You can put a price on the warriors I have for hire, but you can't put a price on the glory they'll win.
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken.
Godwoken are
Something
going
you
to
wanted?
death at me. I'm growing soft, aren't I? Don't have many more of those on my sleeve.
No one's ever regretted having extra help in a fight. I'll guarantee you that. Allies for hire.
many more of those on my sleeve. I'm growing soft, aren't I?
I've got sword fighters, mages, archers, all willing to fight by your side if the price is right.
Don't have many more of those on my sleeve. I'm growing soft.
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken. Something you wanted?
These Godwoken are going to be the death of me.
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken. Something you wanted?
I serve all who seek aid, sir.
Do you think the paladins was cheer the brand?
Why, sir, you smell divine. Beauties. Well, hello, handsome.
She looks you up and down.
What's on my mind? Why, am I right? So I have not misjudged you. Now, we've established how you feel about power. How do you feel about law specifically laws relating to property and the...
A glint appears in her eye, and she smiles. Then she raises her...
Perhaps this is the power you seek. I've been waiting for the right customer to come along for these, but I warn you, power doesn't come cheap. Even for someone as attractive as you. I have my little helpers, here, there, and everywhere. They find me the finest morsels in all of Arx. After all, why should the most delectable of foodstuffs grace only the tables of the nobility? My little helpers must remain anonymous. A woman of my refined taste. Very well. You can find my helpers, the Thieves' Guild, within the Arx sewers, in their so-called secret hideout. Here, I'll mark it for you. But approach carefully. The foul stench is hardly the sewer's great... Can I offer you something special? Something with...
With a glint in her eye, she raises her hand and shows you her ring.
I'm sure you agree when I say no one has as many friends as the big cheese.
I hear the rumble of water. Nothing more.
I feel awful.
Button the flags and bits, hurrah, hurrah. Toast and treats and the bits, hurrah, hurrah. With Lucian's blade we shout.
That's the water taken care of, but it looks like that hatch needs a key.
Truly, dual pass tea.
Your children seem well adjusted to a noble life.
A delicious blend. I envy the late...
Satisfaction, lady.
Well,
I must
isn't it?
take advantage of the moment.
Yes.
Oh, a fellow noble. Such a dignified carriage could belong to no other. It's a delight to greet someone of my own station. Not that I would judge these present plebeians. They are hereby in. People like them keep the city's wheels turning and its boats afloat. Magicians among us, truly. An afternoon of hot tea and warm recitations is the least I can offer them. Yes, indeed. Why, a lady without a proper tea set is no more useful than a party without a hostess. As long as you choose the most delicate leaves and brew at the proper temperature, you're Would you care to try your hand at it? I have 3 varieties, each as aromatic as the last. I've no doubt you could brew a delicious cup. Yes, a classic green from the ancient kingdom Zia Valley. The leaves are twisted into crescents, a sumptuous nutty flavor. Elegant, but not pretentious, you know. Oh, I approve. Here you are, and may you enjoy every cup you brew. Not at all. We all deserve a taste of luxury from time to time, do we not? I may live in a resplendent mansion, but I still share my riches, one lucky guest at a time. A pity my husband couldn't make it. He has...
Lady Kem's bright cheeks fall and her jaw goes slack. She is lost in thought for but a moment, however, and puts on a brave and...
But I think you'll find present company more than adequate. Tea time is such a delight. Well, I cannot just go giving every... Is there more to discuss? Oh, but you seem to be a bit feverish. Violent plants, that's simply impossible. Those seeds were a gift from the doctor himself. As exotic as these symptoms Perhaps you should see him, dear. Something is clearly ailing you. My husband? What is it? What happened? Black ring indeed. I'll need more than the word of some woman before I believe the lie. My husband may tell me little of his work and keep his secrets locked in the attic. But he's an important man. Discretion is... What next? Well, do make the most of your visit. And be sure to stroll through the gardens. I have quite a green thumb, you know. Well, hello again. Indeed. Is there more to discuss? Do be careful.
Shall Lord Kem be joining us, my lady?
Linda, I fear, is far too busy with business. Perhaps you may find some time for us later.
Keep your nose clean.
The dog's flattened ears perk up at the sight of you.
Keep your nose clean.
The destination pyramid doesn't answer the call. Is something... Fasten tight.
come out wherever you are.
Well, isn't this convivial?
The weather has been frightful.
Well, isn't this convivial?
Yes, Mum.
Well, hello again. Indeed. Is there more to discuss? Do be careful. Well, hello. Indeed. Is there more to discuss?
Utmost satisfaction, milady.
Do be careful. But please, tell me about yourselves.
Well, Mum, we were hoping you'd see fit to reopen the school.
I'll talk to my husband. He loves children so. Perhaps he may find some time for us later. But let's not hold our breath, shall we?
Come out wherever you are.
I've spotted something. Careful, I spotted a
Look
trap.
out.
Careful
I see
now.
a trap nearby.
That's a trap. Look out! Look out! I see him. That's a trap.
Oh.
Careful. I spotted a trap. Careful. I've spotted a trap.
I spotted a trap.
Did Kem write this, do you suppose? Or did he just confiscate it from someone else?
I'm more concerned about who the target's going to be.
Why would Lord Kem have a black ring mirror in his attic? Someone has taken a great interest in Dallas.
The surface of the mirror is smooth and unblemished. Not a single speck of dust sits on the A vision appears. It wavers, then becomes clear. In the reddish light cast by flowing lava, you see a cave. You recognize it. This is the Sallow Man's cave. The roof has fallen in. Nothing there lives.
This is where Kem hides his most ancient valuables. Radiating from the golem. Make such power. So, this is where Kem hides his most ancient valuables. So, this is where Kem hides his most ancient valuables.
I'll yield to
So, this is where Kem hides his most ancient valuables. which contains such power.
Paladins march on the blacks and reds, hurrah, hurrah. House the traitors from their beds. Hurrah! Hurrah! Russian blade we shall reveal. You'll earn the right to sing a tale. Paladins march to the blacks and reds. Hurrah! Hurrah! House the traitors from their beds. Hurrah! Hurrah! Lucian's blade we shall prevail. You'll earn the right to sing a tale. Paladins march on the blacks and reds. Hurrah! Hurrah! House the hurrah! Hurrah! The Lucian's blade we shall prevail. You'll earn the right to sing a tale.
I've spotted something.
The spirit of a painting hovers where the painting itself once stood. The second pattern, it's difficult to see the image as it must appear in the real world. This, perhaps, is the moment where Lucian killed Damien and sacrificed himself for the world.
The ghost looks around the room with an incredulous shake of his head and fixates on the set of paint.
What a fool I've been. Thieving was the best chance I had of keeping afloat in this wretched city. Never thought that would mean trying to impress a band of urchins, let alone getting crushed by a damn golem. Big Tomorrow said they'd let me in their grubby little guild if I helped them nab that painting of Chem's, the second passion of Lucian. Well, we made it in all right, and while Chem's constructs tore me to shreds, they all ran off with a painting. If you don't know her, it's best to keep it that way. That thieves' guild of hers is a cutthroat bunch of young'uns. Well, far be it from me to stand in your way. Big Tomorrow and the Thieves Guild are down in the sewers below Arcs. Don't ask me how to get down there.
I've spotted something. I've spotted something. I've spotted something. It's locked, but there's no keyhole or handle. There's got to be some way to open it, though. It's locked, but there's no keyhole or handle. There's got to be some way to open it, though.
Arks, City of Secrets it is. You got what you can out of me, all right? Big Tomorrow's in the sewers with a band of burglars. That is as much as I know.
The First Passion of Lucian. A genuine Hubert Oaken masterpiece. The Third Passion of Lucian. Hubert Oak's brushwork is unmistakable. Lucian's glorious return. This is what everyone's waiting for.
Rarities, remnants, and relics. Buying and selling.
My friend here has taste. Care to trade? I've walked this earth.
The man taps his foot in time to the bard's tune, though he steals it as you draw near and clears his throat.
If you're looking for Kat, she's evaluating all of Kem's antiquities. It'll be a while. Good stuff, yeah?
I packed my life up in a bag. I set my course far on the map. And here I am. Till my
Buying and selling.
I've walked this earth, each vale and peak. From forests fair to cities bleak. And in each place my surest friend is my own mind. From my home.
Well, hello again. My husband? What is it? I thought you said you had bad news. Stop toying with me. Indeed. Is there more to discuss? Do be careful. Well, isn't this convivial?
Your children seem well adjusted.
Put it that way.
From forests fair to cities bleak. And in each place I've come to find my surest friend.
Why, hello again. Did you find them? Then the vault is real. I can't believe it. What did you find? Let's have a long-awaited look.
Come out, wherever you are.
And so I finally have all three. 7 bless you for your troubles. Although no greater blessing really than lots and lots of...
Rarities, remnants, and relics. Buying and selling.
Veil and
You've got some bite here, and I've got what you get to it will get now that you're all done. Why don't you just skedaddle on out of here?
I heard that the candles were done after that. Left to make dark.
Can you believe this school was teeming with students just a year ago? Everything changed so fast. And it's the kid...
The spirit of a magister stands before you. He has one hand pressed to his abdomen. Silvery spectral blood oozes.
It shouldn't hurt anymore, but it does. I swear it does. Tell me, have you seen a magister named Wainslow? Stout fella, a little loud. He helped me escape when the paladins attacked. I don't rightly know. The paladins came, intent on ransacking the barracks. He said he'd come back soon, and we could escape into the sewers. But that was the last I saw of him. Winslow and I came across it while we were looking into some inmates who I doubt anyone will figure out what happened to them now. I don't think...
Diana, clad in her spore armor, holds the finished helm in her hand, wrenched from the corpse of a paladin at her side.
Yes, Ancestor. Show me.
Her head wrenches violently towards you. A moan escapes the helmet, followed by a trickle of bright blood. Beneath the helm, fever-bright eyes snap.
Why do you come, human? Rat. Come to steal, feed, infect.
Diana hears you, but Diana is not alone anymore.
She approaches you, the vines on her armor lashing as her voice becomes a call.
You come just as I finish. We are complete. One skin, and we only begin. Yes, I want to reunite our people, once. But the Ancestor shows me we are never united, never truly one. But the Ancestor makes more spores, and we become one. Do you see? Everyone. There is no separation, do you see? Human, dwarf, lizard, all one.
She suddenly snaps straight, trembling and rigid. A voice booms.
Enough. I have shared this shell long enough. Your purpose is done. I have outgrown you.
No! I see what you mean to do. You tell me we forgive them, save them. Not...
The armor writhes and screeches, cutting her short. It slowly unfolds, and whatever is left beneath the vines,
They poison our soil with death fog. It is for the Ancestors to remember, not to forgive. And you alone witness, and so I do you this honor. You are the first to feed the harvest.
place.
Diana, clad in her spore armor.
Yes.
Her head.
Why do you come, human? Rat.
Diana hears you. But
She approached.
you come just as I finish. Yes, we are never united. There is no separation.
She suddenly snaps straight, trembling and rigid.
Enough. I have shared this shell long enough. Your purpose is done. I have outgrown you.
No! I see what you mean to do. You tell me we forgive them, save them.
The armor writhes.
They poison our soil with death. And you alone witness. And so I do you this honor. You are the first to feed. Into the dark with you. I need aid! Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Shoo, you flea bag, shoo!
Welcome. What brings you by?
I help you to know and...
Good wishes. Good for a little magic, wouldn't you say?
I help you to know and understand.
those on my sleeve.
You must truly savor my company, Godwoken. Something you...
Expert warriors for hire, all seasoned in combat. They won't let you down.
Paladins promised the good council school will reopen soon.
Unarmed magisters didn't even let them surrender.
Bloody thing's been boarded up. Not very well, though.
Come on, let me out.
Careful, I've spotted a trap.
He's just a child. Looks it, yes. But I sense something more. Something sinister.
Seeker,
I didn't do nothing
take
wrong,
heart.
I swear.
He does no harm, but we keep watch.
Be quick about it, old friend. I don't have much attention to spare.
Keep memories of Lucian close. His image and words will cradle you.
I served the Seekers in death as I did in life. 5 wicks, 5 wardens, and 1 mistake, caged and muted.
The unlit candle nearby flickers briefly to life. The spirit shakes his head and...
Leave me be. I mustn't fall.
The spirit acknowledges your presence with a slight bow, then turns her attentions to the candle in front of her. She does not respond to your attempts to speak. The spirit offers you a friendly look, but does not speak to you. The spirit shakes his head as you near. He does not wish to speak.
Seekers, take heart. The God Woken has come, as I foresaw. The Seekers have suffered enough for their mistake. For them. For us. Turn, and not just a mistake. It was Gareth that brought him to us. Charon, the first God Woken the Seekers found. He ate our food. He enjoyed our fellowship. We nurtured him and...
We elevated him. Presented him to the Order. Here he is, we cried, a claimant to divinity. Lucian's cathedral wouldn't remain empty for long. We were certain of it.
The spirit whips his head towards the caged boy. His eyes narrow, even as the child's widen.
We were giddy, high on our own success. We should have seen the massacre coming, but we didn't. I was the first to die, but hardly the last. Charon is a potent foe. He took to the sky as if on wings of pure source. I might think a wyvern were attacking, had I not...
The child whimpers, poking at a paternal instinct you rarely acknowledge.
Lucian's righteous light guided Gareth and Siva. They blinded him, caged him, but the damage was done. The Seekers were disbanded. Dallas was empowered, and we will never know the comfort of the Hall of Echoes. This is our penance, and the Seeker's burden.
This is our penance, and this is his punishment. Do not release him. Do not release...
Don't make light of the Seeker's sacrifices. Walk on. Don't look back. Do not lament, Seekers. Your sacrifice is not in vain.
Am I gonna die?
Keep memories of Lucian close. His image and words will cradle you.
I didn't do nothing wrong, I swear.
While the mistake lives, we shall not be free.
Can't you help me?
I didn't do anything wrong, mister. You gotta believe me. Let me out, please. I'm not a mistake.
The boy shakes his head in denial, then beams like the summer sun. You see yourself in him, from a simpler time when the future looked bright.
You're so cool. I bet you've been everywhere. Can you tell me a story? Really? And then you woke up on the beach?
The child's glee quickly turns to sorrow.
Can't you let me out? The Magisters put this collar on me because I can make fire with my fingers. Then they just left me here. They're so mean. I've been asking myself the same question. They said I did some really bad things, but I'd never do anything wrong. Never, ever. Oh, please let me out. You gotta. You just gotta. Just like those...
He gives you a look that is at once hopeful and hopeless. One last tear slides down his impossibly pink cheek. A hungry kitten.
Madness captive. While the mistake lives, we shall not be free.
Can't you help me?
How dare you violently!
Your power.
You have broken.
I would have taken you for a ghoul, but attacking a child? That's dark. Then again, the Meister's chosen ones tend to be full of surprises. Don't Siva's standards were always uneven. Looking at me, then looking at you.
He laughs, 3 measured chuckles, each a little more disturbing than the last.
You're God-woken, yes? Oh, but it's always so hard to keep track of the names they give you. First sorcerer, then God-woken, all the while dangling another... You want it bad, don't you? You're chasing this thing, this label. Maybe you're trying to save the world. Maybe you're just doing it because they tell... The Seekers told me the same thing. They told me I could rise. I could be the next divine. I fell for it. I saw the light, but not in the way they'd expected. I heard the voice. Lucian himself. He gave me the truth. He told me to carry it. He made me real. And he showed me Ahu and the Seekers. He showed me that they're traitors. They have him captive, you know. Oh, yes. He's alive, but he's imprisoned. He has instructed me to free him from his enemies. The Seekers doubted me. Lucian told me to express myself, so I did. I showed those Seekers exactly what I could do. Seekers! The last time they tried to stop me from expressing myself, I killed a dozen of them stone dead. Because they're traitors. Yes, the Seekers are traitors. Ahu is a traitor. That whole find a new God-woken Lucian told me. He's alive! He's being held by traitors, Seekers, and Ahu too. But you and I, we can save him. Join me, and we'll save the Divine together. Shame is powerful. Shame destroys authority. I am their mistake. If they were to tell the truth about me, they'd lose their authority. And rightly so, if you ask me. I'll kill them for that. Well, who wouldn't? Charon the Divine, said the Seekers. I was flattered. And the power. I wanted it. I God's damned craved it. And the Seekers delivered it on a silver platter.
He looks underneath him, to the rune etched into the floor.
But that was just my ego. That wasn't really me. This is me. Saving Lucian for the world is my true calling. That and killing Seekers. I can do that. I know well. Ahu and the Seekers have Lucian imprisoned beneath the tomb. They tap into his source and use it for themselves. I know how to act. Together we can do this. Together we...
He's dangerous.
We can always use an ally. A sane ally is better, of course. But his information...
He's not all there. We need to put him out of his misery and move on.
I knew you'd see sense. You and me. Lucian's tomb is not his final resting place, but I will see you there. Then we'll see where Lucian really lies. Then we'll tell the truth. Then we'll set...
You gotta,
He gives you a look that...
Do not be fooled by... Be wary. The child must not let the fire flames mustn't be kindled. You have broken the...
I'm making you feel cool. But attacking a child? That's dark. Then again, the Meister's chosen ones tend to be Siva's standard. A trick I learned along the way. A way to use my power. You want it bad. The Seekers I saw. He showed me Lucian. The last time they tried to stop me from expressing myself, I killed a dozen of them stone dead. I can do that. Ahu and together we can...
He's dangerous.
We can always use an ally. A sane ally is better, of course. But his...
He's not all there. We need to put him out of his misery and move on.
A razor grin unfolds upon him.
You're mad! I can't let your madness threaten the Great Divine! In the name of... It's awesome! I enjoy the drama, don't you?
You gotta...
He gives you a...
Please, Godwoken. Go. This is our penance, and this is his punishment.
Am I gonna die?
Stand tall, Seekers, for we hold madness captive. While the mistake lives, we shall not be free.
Come on, you gotta let me out of here.
Seekers, take heart.
Please, I'm so cold.
Be wary. Stand tall, Seekers. For we hold...
Come on, you gotta let me out of here.
While this lives, we shall not be free.
Don't make me stay here. Let me go home. Don't. Can't you help me? Don't make me stay here. Let me go home.
He gives you a look. Bafflement, hopelessness, and innocence radiating from those big eyes. But then, a grin unfurls upon his lips. A grin that does not reach his eyes.
Okay, you got me. The spirits do not lie. So, you see them too. Interesting. That makes you one of the Meister's chosen ones. Siva's standards were always uneven. Looking at me, then looking at you, that hasn't changed.
He laughs, 3 measured chuckles, each a little more distinct.
You're God-woken, yes? Oh, but it's always so hard to keep track of the names they give you. You want it bad, don't you? Yep. The Seekers told me this I saw. He showed me Lucian told I've killed many, but there are more. Free me. Free me, God-woken. Release me and receive Lucian's favor. We're God-woken, you and I. Well, who wouldn't? Charon the Divine said this, and the power. I wanted it. I God's damned craved it. And the Seekers delivered. But that was just my ego. That wasn't really me. This, because their trait Lucian told me. He's alive! He's being held by traitors, Seekers, and Ahu too. But you and I, we can... Shame is powerful. Shamed a few dozen, at least. Would have been more if the Seekers hadn't proved so sacrificial.
And suddenly, the weeping boy is back, tugging at your heartstrings. Infuriatingly, you...
I'm not a monster! I'm not a monster!
While the mistake lives, we shall not
I just want to go home. Can't you help me?
Seeker, take heart. He does no harm.
God-woken, release me! I'll take you to Lucy. I've killed many, but there are more. Yeah, I knew I could count on you, my brother. Go! Hurry! Do it! Lucy!
You must not let the fire... The babe does not
I
speak
just want to
true.
go home.
Be wary and stand tall, Seekers, for we hold madness captive.
Please, I'm so cold.
While the
Come on, you gotta let me out.
broken the...
I'm taking you for a fool. But attacking a child? Then again, the Meisters chose Siva's standards.
He laughs. 3...
You want the Seeker, I saw. He showed Lucy the last... Ahu and the Seekers have loose. Together we can...
He's dangerous. We can always use an ally. A sane ally is better, of course. But his information could be...
He's not all there. We need to put him out of his...
Arrays a grin on...
You're mad! I can't let you... It's awesome. I enjoy the rough. Don't you? enjoy a bit of drive, don't you?
spirit winks at you.
Looks like we're chiseled from the same stone, Godwoken. You must be so proud.
The spiritual union is sudden. It sounds and feels as if you have fallen to the sand chest first from the coast's tallest cliff. You gasp, and you open your eyes. You bow to Alexander, as Gareth has said you must. You rise, and the bishop's scepter points directly at you. Show me. He is the master. You are the obedient hound, and he wants to see your tricks. Alexander's cloak and coronet shine radiantly upon being blessed. His face, however, is numb. He waves you off without a word. He doesn't see your fists tighten. He doesn't see your jaw clench. He doesn't know that next time will be your soul rejoins your body with the same force with which it left.
I was fearless. They liked that. They claimed to seek a divine. What they wanted was a trained monkey.
The spirit nods to you.
Seems they found what they were looking for. They found you, monkey man. They found you. Ah! My brother in brutality has returned.
Stench doesn't deceive me. Queen Justinia's down here somewhere, and that feels ill too.
city of secrets it is. And you know what happens to the most valuable secrets? They're stolen. That happens too. Some secrets get stolen, then buried. But some, it's the other way around. The Thieves Guild. The Secret Thieves Guild. If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret no more. Royalty, my friend. Royalty holds court here. You might think me crazy, but I've seen the Royal Wardens patrolling these corridors. And as you can tell, they saw me. Pity would have been the highlight of my career, that. Stealing from royalty, hiding in the sewers up to no good. They wouldn't have been able to report the theft to the authorities. The perfect crime, that.
This looks like the cargo of the Peacemaker. Mortis was right. The cargo was destined for Arx.
So look at you! Another jumper soul here to join the circus, Eight-legged mummies, crate dwarves, lousy children. What else would you call it? Spiders as big as your head. No, bigger. And they'll grow a baby inside you if you're not very, very, very careful what's to tell. A noisy gang of dwarves dragged an excessively large gang of crates in, and neither one ever left. Rude. Sneaky, oily, lousely kids dip in and out of here all the time. I ought to set out traps.
People can be measured by the number of children in its sewers. Maybe some children belong in its sewers.
What you doing?
A little girl looks you square in the face. She doesn't smile, she doesn't frown, and she sure as hell doesn't look shy.
A hidden room in the sewers, past the traps and the spiders. Not likely. I need to think about it.
She thinks about it.
Now that you're here, can't very well leave. Suppose you told someone. Nah, that wouldn't do. Nah, you'll just have to die. Yeah, that's what we'll do. The troll will fix it. And then you'll be dead.
Maybe. We'll see. Hey, got any money? Stuff. You know, cool stuff. Mostly. What do you call a pile of hip? Hello? Got any more money? Keep your hands off.
Four. It was four. As in four. It was four.
Hello? Got any more money? They're our friends. Pom-Pom can talk to them. They're not very clever, but she says they're nice. My daddy once said, don't go to the toilet on your own doorstep. Then my mum chased him away for going in the bedroom. Them crates belong to dwarves. We leave them alone. The crates and the dwarves. Yeah? So what? There's loads of paintings. I stole it from Lord Kem's house, didn't I? And so what? I only took one of them. The other two were too heavy. Got a map. There's a pulley thing here. And then a pool with no water and a hatchet. Yeah? No. Okay, you can have it for this much. Hello? Got any more money? Have you got this much gold now? Okay, you can have it for... Take the stupid painting then. Never liked it anyway. Hello? Got any more money? Keep your hands off.
Do pass the tea.
Yes, Mum.
Do pass the tea.
Well,
Yes.
hello again.
Indeed.
Is there more to discuss?
Come out, wherever you are.
Do be careful. Well, isn't this convivial?
The weather has been frightful.
But please, tell me about yourselves.
Well now, we were hoping you'd see fit to reopen the school.
I'll talk to my husband. He loves children so.
Come out wherever you are.
The spirit of a painting hovers where the painting itself once stood. The second passion of Lucian, you presume.
What's this? I found something.
A dagger of pain shoots through your head, halting your... You hear a voice, soft and calm, yet laced.
Such a long journey you have undertaken, in the service of thieving charlatans, in pursuit of that which you were...
A long, sad sigh reaches you from the depths of the void itself.
This is your last chance. Abandon this. I am the past. I will be the future. I am the God King. You are but a misguided servant. Heed my words and leave. Because my followers are many, my followers are everywhere. Your endeavors are...
The voice fades away.
Look!
Only the God
under the
King
shrine, there's a
knows
pressure
the weight
plate.
of responsibility. Windigo lies on the floor, her essence all but drained from her frail bones. She shifts.
The God King's punishment awaits. I pray it arrive. This is what becomes of the King's fallen angels. Torture. Decay. I came for the Sworn Breaker. I found only Chem's fury. A shrine to the God King. Linda Chem's holy refuge. And, it seems, my tomb. It's a hope I can't afford myself. But if you should ever offer such a gift...
Windigo lies on the floor, her essence all but
Fate can't be avoided, it seems. Please, just leave me. There may be another. If you find us...
Only the God King knows the weight of responsibility.
How can I help? We were naive. We needed a Godwoken to ascend, and we assumed that a Godwoken would merit ascension. It was a painful lesson on the dangers of the Godwoken. But if the mistake did not ascend, perhaps divinity would indeed alight on the most deserving. I hope this is the case, eh? Godwoken? Good. Thank you.
You can put a price on the glory of that fire, but you can't put a price on the glory bell.
You always bring me to such wonderfully destructive places.
I would have preferred a more discreet arrival in Arx myself.
I'm growing soft, aren't I?
You must truly savor my company.
Don't have many more of those on my sleeve.
Windigo lies on the...
Fate can't be avoided, it seems. It's a hope I can't...
Only the God King knows the weight of responsibility. Windigo lies on...
Fate can't be avoided, it seems. A shrine to the God King. Linda Kem's holy... Maybe...
There's more blood down there than water.
If there was anything important here, the whites must have surely taken it.
This place isn't free, not anymore.
We shall talk.
Nearly there, my darling. Then you can play with all your brothers and sisters. A visitor. Tell me, do you like puppets?
The toy seller...
Wonderful.
The puppet springs to life.
Impressive, no? There's a lot of craftsmanship in that small... Now, what can I do for you? Sauce, what else? Each and every one of my darlings has a little bit of magic in them. It turns a mere toy into a friend. I'm on good terms with the Divine Order. They know what my work entails. They've even had use for me in the past. Oh, no, not at all. I use only the smallest sprinkle of source in my work. I'd hardly think a Voidwoken would set its sights on me and my darlings. I love my work. I love the possibilities of it all. The idea of engineering something to perfection. But one aspect always fails me.
He throws an adoring glance.
My darlings aren't like that. They are pure and beautiful. They don't make mistakes, and they don't question my desires. I don't need others anymore. What of it? It is a feat of engineering. A modern marvel, unmatched in quality anywhere in the realm. But you should broach more practical matters with Lord Protector Ahu, the keeper of the cathedral. You should find him in his chamber. Myself and others, some of the finest feats of engineering ever conceived guard the remains of the divine. The path of blood. Now I'm the last one alive. The last engineer of the cathedral and its secrets. I've retired and found a new calling. These wondrous darlings. One of my late colleagues designed them for the cathedral. Little wind-up sentries to guard against intruders. Now I busy myself turning the surplus into toys. It truly feels good to spread a little joy in my twilight. Consider me at your service if you need it.
The puppet looks at you with what almost amounts to curiosity. You detect source coursing through its inner mechanism.
Some are still good.
What's going
you
on?
looking for?
I smell terrible things, I do. I smell fear and blood and doom and...
Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
I can hear voices, but I can't make them out. I can hear voices, but I can't make them out.
The dwarf's armor looks as if it weighs half a ton, yet he moves with alarming ease. You
browse the shop as you please. No, eh? Well then, you need to talk to my colleague inside. Wedding? You're so late it's almost time for the funerals. Talk to the guard inside if you want to leave her. Let's just say we had a monster.
The dwarf stands straight.
I'm a member of Her Majesty Queen Justinia's Royal Regiment. Special Officer, rank 1, sir. I'm not at liberty...
Through his visor, you can only see his eyes, but there's something in them that belies the steely exterior. The guard's breath catches. He squeezes his eyes shut, blinking away the pain.
Please, stop. This is the wedding day of the daughter of the merchant Ross. Her Royal Highness Justinia, the breath and balm of Duna, detailed us to protect...
He winces.
We failed. Wasn't enough, as it turns out. Voidwoken attack. I'm told the Queen is safe, though whether she stood inside I can't say. So many dead. At least the bride and groom survived. You and me both, mate. You and me both. You know what the funniest part is? The shop is still open.
The store's open.
Should do a stock tank.
sacred anymore.
Maybe tidy the shelves.
Oh.
I didn't see you there. Sorry, it's been quite a day. You need a hand with anything? Let me know. Wedding? Oh, Duna, haven't you heard? I'm so sorry. There's not sure how much longer I'll be here, but...
He rubs his jaw in thought.
Low R, eh? The boss has been getting messages from dwarves all over. But that is an interesting one. He's not exactly everyone's... But talk to the guard at the door. I really shouldn't say any more. You and me both. Worked for Ross for a decade. I half expected an invitation of my own. But even with half of Arx lying dead in his garden, he still wants the shop open. Then again, if I'd been at the wedding... The fact that said, it doesn't feel right to be hawking wares with that next door. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything we have is on the shelves.
Bloody void woken at a wedding. If that ain't bad.
Oh, all right. You can have a look. I'm not planning on sticking around. So what difference does it make? Don't know much. Everyone was out in the garden for the wedding. Our boss said to keep the doors open, but truth be told, I feel ill. You'll find we have...
I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody said anything about fighting monsters.
The size of her nose.
Not bad. Take care of yourself.
Hold it right there. Private wedding party. No entry.
At the mention of Loha, and then opens the door. With a jerk of her head, she motions.
Void woken, here!
Sacred anymore. I'm lucky I was posted indoors. That I'd be drawing breath now if I was in the garden.
Gods, I am so...
She looks up at you with glassy eyes, wiping her...
A girl's wedding should be the happiest day of her life. I don't know how this could happen.
She looks down at her feet. Seeing her blood-spattered wedding slippers, her face crumples and...
I should be so happy. Everybody should be so happy. We barely made it indoors alive. But not everyone was so lucky. I can hardly bear to think of them. Their wives and husbands and children back in the kingdom. What are you insinuating? We're merchants, not mystics. You should have seen those void monsters.
She buries her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably.
I can't accept them. I know you mean well, but how can I celebrate now?
She turns and waves one timid hand to her husband on the balcony. He offers an apathetic grunt in return. She blinks.
Please forgive him. He's broken up. It's a lot to take in. We lost so much in the blink of an eye. I have been feeling peaky lately. My darling said it was the rosy glow of a woman in love. But now, I think it was a warning. A sign of the massacre. My poor love. He needs a...
She takes a shuddering breath and idly itches her face. You'd expect her cheeks to be ruddy from tears, but they are pale instead, almost
I'm lucky I was posted indoors.
The woman cries.
If I was in the garden.
Ah, you.
The noble-looking dwarf beckons Ifan closer. Ifan narrows his eyes, but strides over.
Hard to believe you're looking at a
He looks you over, his mouth pressed into a...
But I suppose you're no stranger to mournful faces. The Silver Fang, isn't that right?
Look, I know you're him. I know you can take care of problems. And I've got just the problem for you. A very lucrative...
I intend to be a particular kind of husband. And I could use someone with your particular talent. I need you to take care of my father-in-law and bring me his web.
The dwarf winks in an exaggerated fashion, squeezing one eye shut so forcefully it looks like his face just swallowed an eyeball. In return, Ifan raises one eyebrow, slowly.
The man you speak of is not who I am anymore. And I'll not become him again for the likes of you.
Without another word, Ifan turns on one heel and strides away, leaving the...
Awful day for it.
The dwarf glances at Ifan, pulls you...
The Silver Claw's blade is clearly dulled. But you look like a man of action. A doer of deeds. My new father-in-law, Mikhail Ross, must die. And you must retrieve his will. I will not prescribe the methods you use, but I shall insist on your discretion. Now, tell me, what payment do you require for this service?
What is your price?
The dwarf's hand flies to his mouth in a none too convincing...
Murder? I suggested no such thing. And stop wasting my damn time.
Fighting monsters.
Ifan gives you a sheepish look, all
That's just not the kind of business I'm interested in anymore.
He nods, a faraway look.
After the death fog, I truly thought there was no point to anything anymore. But now, after all we've been through together, I've got a new purpose. Stopping Divinity.
A well-dressed dwarf paces swiftly around the room, overseeing the packing of trunks. He gives you a courteous...
Yes, thank you for coming. Indeed, it would have been a beautiful ceremony if only... Safe home to you.
He quickly turns away and casts a worried gaze around the room, counting...
You've been proven a friend to Duna's spawn. So from one friend to another, I say, get out of Arx. Leave it far behind and never look. I'm glad we agree. Be brief. What? Impossible. That's the wine talking, that is. Yes. Yes. I see the honesty in your eyes. This news does muddle things. I tell you what. You seem an honorable sort. See Dorian dead and I will meet his offer. Then you're as useless to me as a Voidwoken, and barely less ugly. Well, have you come to kill me as well? Take a number. You're all lining up quickly. I tell you what, you seem an honorable sort. See Dorian dead and I will meet his offer. All right, fine. Believe me when I say you'll be well rewarded. I suppose I can afford to kill the rat and be quick about it. Our business...
void woken at a wedding. If that ain't a bad omen, nothing.
I was just looking. I just turned away to refill my goblet. Looked back and he was gone.
She stares at you in horror. You...
What? No, that's not true. That's impossible.
Her eye twitches and her mouth moves silently, but aggressively. It almost... When she looks up at you again, the pink tint has cleared completely.
How could he? How? I've got to find my father. I must warn him.
I'm lucky I was...
Daddy, I think my husband's trying to kill you.
I know, darling, I know. But don't worry, I have someone on the case.
How could my husband do such a thing? I loved him! If he's not here, he might have gone back to his house by the barracks. I should have known something was up. He never brought me there. But he'd always come back stinking to high heaven of chemicals. And what would it matter now?
She nods sadly.
I help you to know and understand.
Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
Hear ye, hear ye!
If there's anything important here, the whites must have surely taken it.
What's this? I found something.
What's this? I found something.
explosives, and we're locked in with them. No one strike a light. It had to be the lower one. Dorian's a dwarf after all.
Again? I should hate to spoil your fun, but this will not be as easy as you might.
The dwarf grins as he lifts a flap of cloth to reveal a string of grenades.
glory is mine.
What a pile of junk.
Nature provides. Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
All AMD. I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody said anything about fighting monsters.
Our business is done.
How could my husband do such a thing?
Tears fill her eyes as she
This is the worst.
She slumps in her seat, looking even more miserable. She nods sadly. Get...
Our business is done. Is it done?
Oh, yes? Well, I certainly could use some good news amongst the bad. I am a... So, there may be one more thing you can help me with. But it needs to stay between you and me. I can't have little birds whispering rumors to the local busybodies.
He considers you for a moment.
No, forget it. I shouldn't have said anything.
Our business is...
No one's ever...
Is it done? Oh, yes? Well, So, there may be one more thing you can help me with. But it needs to stay between you and me. I can't have little birds whispering rumors.
He peers into your eyes, looking for a sign of honor.
It's about the Queen. When the crackdowns and decrees came, I defended her. But this new plan of hers, I want to believe it, I do, but something's not right. She's tuned me out. She's tuned everyone out. Everyone but that advisor of hers, that Isbale. Her quacking all but drowns us out. Hell if I know. A terrible answer, but it's all I've got. But it wasn't long after she started hovering around Justinia that things started to change. Justinia's always but never heartless. I don't know what her endgame is, but I don't want to be anywhere near when it begins. She's holding court in the sewers, if you can believe it. Go to my wine cellar, pull out the vintage called Lula Bell. It will open the way, and take this key. Is there more you need from me? Yes. Did you see my daughter downstairs? Did you see our... I'd sooner take my business to Black Peak Isle than stay here a moment longer. And you know what must be done. Is there more you need from me?
Nothing to see here.
Our business is done. A pleasure doing business. A pleasure doing business. Is it done? I'm afraid I don't know any. Lohar, you say? Oh, Lohar. I know the guy.
Ross flashes a...
is it done? I'm afraid I don't know any. Lohar, you say?
He peers into your eyes. Look,
when the crackdowns and decrees came, I defended her. When she exiled her cousin Marcus, I joined in the applause. But this new plan of hers, I want to believe I do, but death fog? Something's not right. She's tuned me out. Well, she's tuned everyone out. Everyone but that advisor of hers, that Isbale. Her quacking all but drowns us out. Hell if I know. A terrible answer, but it's all I've got. But it wasn't long after she started hovering around Justinian, but never heartless. Did you see my daughter downstairs? I'd sooner take my business to... She's holding court in the sewers, if you can believe it. And take this key. Is there more you need for... Yes. And you know what must be done. Is there more you need from me?
Oh, yes? Well, I certainly could use...
You've done right by...
Look out. I see a trap nearby. Careful now. That's a trap.
Careful now, that's a trap.
something. Or not.
Hear the catch of a lock.
There's enough death from here to kill everyone in Arx. What's this? I found something.
A guard rushes in front of you, and before you can flinch, the point of a sharp spear draws a bead of blood from the arm.
Halt! State your... Oh, for goodness sake, woman, lower your spear. That is no way to greet a guest.
Isbiel, I've not known you to be so welcome.
Have I yet to disappoint your highness in that...
Your Majesty?
Do as she says.
Yes.
One we are most certainly equipped to handle.
I'm watching you. One misstep and I will have your head.
You should. At this insensitive hour.
Your Highness, Bloom of Duna, Flame of the Forge, I present to you the seed of...
Queen Justinia sucks in her cheeks, then offers you her unwavering hand. The Queen bids you rise with an upward...
An audience is granted. I am yet too intrigued to give my leave. Now tell me, Isby.
My Queen, the human specimen before you is a Godwoken, a claimant to the...
The Queen wrinkles her face and gives Isbale a sideways glance. Isbale's red-brown eyes meet her gaze head-on.
Many have laid claim to Lucian's legacy, including his own inferior spawn. I presume our visitor has more than a vague title to boast of.
I am consort to Her Royal Highness Justinia. It is my business to know who serves the Queen's allies and abets her enemies. You do not. Now, let us continue.
Isbale clears her throat and...
The Godwoken has proven himself a worthy combatant in the joys arena of the One. His name was on the lips of all who roamed there.
I appreciate the effort in gaining the respect of one's fellow refugees. You have my attention, Godwoken, if not my adulation.
He has escaped the island prison to which the Order confined him. A feat deserved...
A refugee from the Joy, then. Impressive. Few avoid the Magister's watchful eyes. Can this Godwoken declare other triumphs, Isby?
Isbale looks to the Queen.
The Godwoken arrogated the Lady Vengeance.
The Queen's eyes grow wide, and she nods appreciatively, then looks to Isbale to continue the ovations.
It is good and right that you mourn the dead, Godwoken, but do not let your sorrow linger. Many a good warrior has buried his courage along with the dead. Look ahead, not behind.
His triumphs as champion of Driftwood are known to all...
Yes, it seems you've proven yourself familiar with sword and source. The raucous one would not assign the honor of champion lightly.
Such an excellent question, but a bit premature, don't you think? We adhere to a certain decorum in this court. The Godwoken has slain his very own. Alexander, son of the Lake Divine, has...
Indeed. Slayed by your hand, then. The cub once pleaded with me to aid in his sorcerer pogrom. I cannot deplore your actions, as loath as I am to admit it.
The great sorcerer Riker, a lone wolf known for his manipulation of the innocent dead, died by our visitor's hand, Your Majesty.
I do not know of this Riker. I trust his death was well deserved. Basic decency is none too common in modern Rivellon, though I needn't tell you this. Still, a shame that
our venerated guest has brought hope to the elven tribes by ending the slaughter of their ancestors.
So you eliminated the butcher responsible, I presume. You have earned your swagger, my good man.
My queen, the Godwoken hobbled the Black Ring by slicing off one of its limbs, a necromancer known as the Sallow Man.
Isbale's hot stare burns into your soul. You meet her gaze with one of your own, though you know you could never match her intensity.
Splendid. The Black Ring has proven a chaotic element at a time when control is imperative.
I've no more of your accomplishments to announce. If I didn't know better, I'd think you almost... Well, I see no reason to mince words.
Isbiel, whatever's gotten into you? Malodorous it may be, but this is still a court, not a gallows.
Your Majesty, the Godwoken is no ally, but enemy. He would throw your plans in disarray. You have worked so hard. Arcs must fall to the death fog.
I am no monster. Isbiel, what say you?
Justinia turns to Isbale, looking for answers or comfort, and Isbale begins to chuckle. Her laugh is low and measured at first, but grows in magnitude until she can barely...
But you're a clever one, aren't you, Godwoken? Fine. I'm tired of pretending I serve this weak wench anyway. But it doesn't matter. You can't stop the death fog.
Isbiel?
Shut your royal maw, Justinia. Arcs will fall and your memory writ. They will believe it was your will, your plan, your command.
For a moment, Isbale appears almost relaxed. Her eyes flash blue.
Isbiel?
My queen, forgive me,
Isbale screams in pain and clutches her head. She bobs and sways, muttering to herself. You can make out few words, but you recognize the language. It is the eternal tongue.
The covenant will be kept. I serve you with living and dying breath. My king, glory be to you.
You blink yourself awake to the cold gaze of 1,000 stones and the hot gaze of the dwarf Isbale, right hand of the queen.
Oh, good. You're awake. At first I figured I'd just kill you. But then I thought, Isbiel, you're wasting an opportunity here. Don't bother thanking me just yet, though. I dare say you'll be begging to die before long. I'll start with less toxins, just to see how you react, and take it from there. How strong a dose can a Godwoken handle? How long does it...
Your lips open, but no words spill forth. You try to lift your head, but it is no match for gravity.
Don't fight it. Oh, but I've been so rude. You should know the... Oh, it's good to give myself a rest. Those masks can be darned pesky.
Every ounce of energy within you evaporates. You have no more control over your own source than you do of your flaccid body.
Do try to relax. The harder you fight... That dose proves quite alarming for my normal subject. Let's try a new approach, shall we? Let's see now.
You struggle to move, and you feel your toes wiggle, and your fingers twitch. The paralysis is waning.
Interesting. Now, let's move on to death fog. Live or die, you've already proven most... Well, I was going to say...
Isbale turns the ramp, but no fog wafts forth. In that moment, you feel your bones and muscles awaken. You forget...
What's wrong with it? God! Come! The Godwoken's broken free of my...
I've got to get out.
you're a bad dwarf. Now to find... I've spotted something.
You look at your companions in shock. Black Ring influence or not, the enormity of the Queen's plan is revealed. To kill everyone in the city.
Nobody can forgive the use of death fog.
So if I have it right, she kills thousands of someone else's people to save thousands of her own. I rather fail to see the issue here.
It's a preemptive attack. Queen Justinia pursues victims.
The spirit struggles for breath, a breath that will never... A nauseating wave of pain and fear washes from the spirit. Pain... The spirit laughs soundlessly at something unseen. You realize that what you thought was a maniacal glint in his eye is, in fact, the last glowing embers of the acidic fire that burned his eyeballs away.
Do you think Arx is safe in my death? I faced the grave before, you know. Get through the God King. I have a tunnel. You've such a soft spot for that woman. Do you really think she didn't know exactly what releasing death fog into Arx would mean? Don't be fooled. I may have... My entourage is taking good care of her, I promise. Well, as good as you would expect. If she's missing a few digits. The Master's purpose is his own to speak, not mine. You're good with words, Susan. Let's pretend I fell for your little persuasion game. I'll tell you the Black Ring's plans on one condition. You release the death fog. You bring my mission to an end.
The spirit pauses, then nods.
The God King feeds on war, on death, on disease, on the rich source the living once carried within them, knowingly or not. The death fog was not just a murder bomb, but a tool. A tool for sowing discord. A tool for pitting the Order against the Dwarven Kingdom. A tool for ridding us of those who would see us fail. Every race, every creed.
Isabel's voice rises, and her fists tighten. You presume she'd have gone red.
I lived for that day, Godwoken. The flesh of every Magister melted like butter in the sun. The Paladin's eyes bugged out in horror as they watched their spouses and children choke on the death fog, clogging their...
The spirit's eyes and mouth narrow. In her silence, the noise of splashing sewer water bounces from the stony walls and into your ears. You have lit Isabel's fire. She is a bomb, a banshee.
You couldn't know! You weren't there! When the portal opened, death foot bored in, you weren't there. To see the skin burst, to see the blood bubbles foam. Have you ever felt your own saliva sizzle? Have you ever felt your own brain pressing against the inside of your skull? I have felt it. That agony was the doing of the divine. For his order to suffer the same fate is not punishment enough. In death, I was given a chance. I made a decision. One that I have never regretted. It is time then. Time to face him.
take care of that Deathlock machine before some kid starts flipping the switches.
The elf gives you a slow clap.
The evil Isbale is dead. The doctor will see you now.
The elf bows his head.
I'm not tricky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall tread. We shall walk.
Nothing sacred anymore. Our business is a pleasure doing business. Yes. Hell if I know. Terrible, but never heartless. I don't know what she's holding court in. Is there more you need from me? Really? Whew, this is amazing news. But what then? I'll send my men and women to sniff her out. She may think to stay covert, but royalty is easily divine. It burdens my heart, truly, but I must say farewell now. Take this.
Mikhail returns to his boxes and sacks, though he no longer...
Some are still good. What are you looking for? I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall tread. We shall talk.
You a hunter? I've got just the thing.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall tread. We shall talk.
I turn the roses. Sturdy bows and sharp arrows here for the choosing.
How's the potion business going?
Mixed.
Very funny.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall trade. We shall talk.
Sturdy bows and sharp arrows here for the choosing.
Nature provides. All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out.
Some are still good. What are you looking for?
What's this? I found something. I've spotted something. Seems the Queen can handle herself. Isabel needs the source from these people.
Take me away from here, please. She can't keep us here.
A humble builder. When your source powers surfaced, you knew you were in for the joy. But you ended up here, stolen from your cell. They took you apart in search of your source. You died, screaming.
What's this?
The spirit before you is paper thin, as though there was hardly enough source in it to melt. You used source to heal a sick child. The Magisters threw you in jail. Then, in the night, came the dwarves. They marched you blindfolded. The shade of a spirit shimmers before a sorcerer, a dissolute dwarf with a big mouth. You were thrown in the slammer. Fort Joy beckoned, but you woke up hooded, being dragged through the sewers to a painful end.
Papa? Help me, Papa. The lady took something from me.
Isabel was planted in the royal court quite some time ago. This conspiracy has been a long time brewing. spotted something. That sounds like the Queen.
Show yourself.
Isbiel, the traitor! Where is she? I will split her black skull in two!
By whose hand? Yours? It should have been my own axe to slice her neck. Take me to her bones. I've a mind to...
Justinia struggles to control her rage. She closes her eyes. She
is dead. And that is that. She was a scientist of sorts, or so the town criers chanted. She knew of the ways of nature and beyond. She healed the sick and soothed the wounded. I saw it with my own eyes. I brought her close. Her words were wise, and her aims, well, it was after Alexander assembled the quorum that Isbiel turned my mind to thoughts of war. Our scouts and spies aided dwarven sorcerers where and when they could, but Isbiel insisted. When we came to Arx to prepare, she rarely left my side except to tend to her laboratory. I'd no idea what...
Justinia pounds a fist against her palm. One smack, then a second, then a third.
You may not believe me, but what I did, I thought I did for the sake of my people. The sinking of the Peacemaker, the Driftwood smuggling operation, the Death Fog, Black Peak Isle. Power always comes at a great cost. Sometimes you have to take some lives to save others. And I shall always put dwarven lives first.
It was only a matter of time, she said.
And I never doubted it. The scouts talked of living weapons nailed to crosses, of blank-faced wizards, an entire force of them. If we didn't come for the Order, the Magisters and Paladins, they had my ear all the while, the Black Ring. I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
Bless his heart. Please do tell him to rest his mind. Mikhail is no man of courage, but he's as loyal as a fresh-fed pup. But do be sure to keep my whereabouts private, at least for now. My concerns in Arx, the void closes in then. It's so much more dangerous than even Death Fog. Death Fog we can see and smell. The void is empty, intangible. We don't know it's there until its creatures are upon us. Kem? Linda Kem? All the better that he's avoiding Paulina like the porcine plague, then. The Kem estate is the only safe haven remaining for me. This black ring rot has infected the very soil we tread, and the air we breathe. I must not let it reach the king. So unless you've no...
How many innocent lives will die before you see reason? Kill her.
Only a coward or an imbecile would invite Isbel into her court. Either way, she deserves to die.
What's done is done. Murdering Justinia now solves nothing.
The Queen nods a goodbye to you.
Until I can return to the kingdom, I will be at the Kem estate. Royalty is always welcome there.
seems the Queen can handle herself.
Isabel needs the source from these people.
Take it away from me.
A humble builder.
I've spotted something.
The spirit before you is paper thin. You used source to...
Papa? Help me, Papa.
The shade of a spirit shimmers before you. A sorcerer, a dissolute dwarf.
Isabel was planted in the royal court quite some time ago. Long time brewing.
Sits before you. Pipework tentacles outwards and upwards, the conduits piercing the ground overhead, wending their way toward even through the seals of the great cistern. You scent the acrid sting of the death fog in... A faint gossamer of death fog rises from a junction where the release valve meets a pipe. A switch allows redirection to a different pipe, labelled C. The junction currently leads to a pipe labelled ARCS.
Destroy this thing.
I don't trust that leak. I say flip the switch. Send the death fog to the water, away from the city.
Redirect the death fog. Better to poison the fishes than to poison the people.
Sparks fly, and metal plates buckle. With a deafening hiss, the valve breaks free of the pipe, and the faint stream of fog spurts and sputters, threatening to... The death fog stream has become a veritable geyser. The machine is going to blow.
If I were mortal, I'd be getting the hell out of here.
Pipework tentacles outwards and upwards, the conduits piercing the ground overhead, wending their way towards the city, and her even through the seals of the great cistern. A faint gossamer of death fog rises from a junction where the release valve meets a pipe. A switch allows redirection to a...
Destroy this thing. There's no time.
I don't trust that leak. I say flip the switch. Send the death fog to the water.
Redirect the death fog. Better to poison the fishes than to poison the people.
Sparks fly, and metal plates buckle. With a deafening hiss, the valve breaks free of the pipe, and the death fog stream has become a veritable geyser. The machine is going to blow.
If I were mortal, I'd be getting the hell out of here.
The elf gives you a...
The evil Isbale is dead. The doctor will see you now. Permit me to mark it on your map. Do not tarry. He urgently desires to speak.
The elf bows his head.
If I were white, where would I hide something I didn't want?
Where are all the prisoners? Where did they go? Tell Lord Kem that we won't let this lie. 564 prisoners! 564! We can't let it lie!
Her jaw drops. She struggles.
You saw this with your own eyes? I see it in you. You did. This is abhorrent. Outrageous! Evil. Dallas and her whites. They must be involved. This cruelty, this disregard for life's spark. It is the mark not just of the Black Ring. You've done the Paladins a great service. The better we understand the ways of the whites,
She bows to you in...
But how do you run experiments on more than 500? I'm appalled. When the Magisters were running this place, more than the sheer
Lady Kem has been kind enough to host me until I can return to the kingdom. I vow to take greater care in whom I trust. I must seek to avoid further tragedy than we have all...
Kem? Linda Kem? All the better that he's avoiding Pauline. Yes? What about them?
A mother would do anything for her children. Isbale convinced me there were bogeymen lurking in every corner, dark or bright. My children, the dwarves. I wanted only to keep them. It was only a matter of time before the Order would come for us, she said. The scouts talked of living weapons. Isbale was certain. My mistakes will always... But she was a scientist. She healed. It was up when we came to art. I rebuild. The dwarven people deserve answers. They deserve apologies. They deserve a future. Farewell.